From Los Angeles, California, the Pirates playing afternoon baseball. The Pirates and the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's game 2 of the 3-game series. The Pirates were terrific last night, a 5-1 victory for Ivan Nova and the Bucks, and everybody else in the wild card race, including the Dodgers, lost. So the Pirates now have crept within just 1 game of that second wild card position currently occupied by the Miami Marlins. Greg Brown, John Wayner, Robbie Innsmikowski with you, and a California kid. Garrett Cole will take the hill this afternoon for the Pirates. He's been pretty good, John. Of course, he had to complete game 3 starts back. He's been okay his last couple times. I think he really wants to take another big step against this Dodger club.
No question. He loves pitching here, by the way, in California. 6-1 when he pitches here in California. You see the ERA under 3 for the year despite the .500 record. 4 earned runs in 5 2/3 innings. You know, Cole, anytime he has like a subpar outing like that, he wants to come back and have a strong outing. 2-0 here at Dodger Stadium. Loves to pitch here in Southern California.
This will be his 6th start since coming off the disabled list, and you take a look at what the Pirates starters have done since the All-Star break. Look at that ERA. Much better lately.
You gotta love it. If you're going to get back into it, and obviously the Pirates are back into it in the wild card race, you have to have better starting pitching, and you got to tip your cap to all the young guys. Obviously getting Garrett Cole back was huge.
Garrett Cole is 3-0 lifetime against the Dodgers. He's 13-3 against National League West clubs. And some familiar faces will be back in the starting lineup, including Pirates catcher Francisco Cervelli. John Jaso, Jung Ho Gung, Adam Frazier will give you the lineups and the first pitch coming up. Takes the mound here at Dodger Stadium. The veteran right-hander will be making his 8th start of the season since coming off the disabled list. It is game 2 of the 3-game series on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Southern California with plenty of Pirate fans on hand. The Bucks beat the Dodgers last night 5-1, and they have gone 4-1 in the season series. And blue skies here at Chavez Ravine. The Dodgers still lead the wild card standings, as we showed you, by 4 games over the Marlins for the top spot. Now we check out the RAV4 starting lineup. Adam Frazier will lead off. Starling Marte hits second. Andrew McCutchen hitting over 300 his last 4 games. Gregory Polanco hits cleanup. Jung Ho Kang will follow him. Kang returns to the starting lineup at third base with John Jaso across the diamond at first. Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, and Garrett Cole, the Pirates starting 9.
Brandon McCarthy, 2-2, a 3 ERA, 35 punch-outs in 33 innings. Opponent's only hitting 162, but the walks you see there, 19. He's allowed more walks than hits through his first 7 starts.
And 10 of those walks his last 2 outings, covering only 6 2/3 innings. So he's been working in the bullpen, and the first pitch is low and away to Adam Frazier. 311 average for the rookie. And 1-1. Jim Joyce calling the balls and strikes. Adam Frazier hitting .342 in his 9 starts this season. There's the crew chief, Jim Joyce. And a fly ball to Peterson. Jock Peterson makes the easy play. Rest of the umpiring crew on your screen: Chad Fairchild, Gabe Morales, Marvin Hudson. Honda defense. Rob Segedin is at third base. That's a late addition to the lineup. Justin Turner was scratched. Corey Seager is at short with Chase Utley and Adrian Gonzalez on the right side. Howie Kendrick, Peterson, Josh Reddick in the outfield left to right. Veteran backstop is A.J. Ellis. Starling Marte. 1 out of 4 last night. Pirates scoring 3 first-inning runs. One of the big plays of the game was the Pirates using a challenge. Leadoff batter Josh Harrison chopped one of the shortstop, Corey Seager. Double clutched through initially and out to first base. The call was made by Jim Joyce, but the Pirates challenged. It was overturned. The Pirates went on to score 3 runs. 2-1.
Seen mostly fastballs so far from McCarthy. Averages about 92 miles per hour with that. And outside the fastball, pretty much just a curveball. And there it was there. And we'll see at times he'll pitch backwards. He'll start batters with the curveball, finish them with the fastball.
And just pretty remarkable, the problem with command for McCarthy, who over the years has been a great strike thrower. Coming into the season, he had not walked more than 2 batters in his previous 32 starts going back to April 2014. Rick Honeycutt is the pitching coach. And that streak of not walking more than 2 batters in any one start continued into this season for McCarthy, until his second start against San Diego. Came off the DL after undergoing Tommy John surgery. You see his last 3 starts.
That's not good. Over 5 walks per 9.
Andrew McCutchen against Brandon McCarthy. There goes Marte. Easily in. A slow transition for Ellis. And then the weak throw. And a stolen base for Marte is number 40 for Starling Marte.
That's easy pickings right there. You'll see the jump, pretty good jump. He looks in, well ahead of the throw.
Starling Marte reaches 40 stolen bases for the 2nd time in his career. His first full year in the big leagues 3 years ago, he swiped 41 bases. Andrew McCutchen last night, the RBI single in the first. Brought in Josh Harrison with the game's first run, then an opposite field home run. Lined out his third at bat to right field. McCutchen is 4 for 10 lifetime versus McCarthy, who is concerned with Marte at second. The oft-injured veteran, Brandon McCarthy, now 33 years old. Grew up a Dodgers fan here in Southern California. There's ball 3. But he has landed on the DL just about every single season he's been in the big leagues. He broke into the major leagues with the White Sox in 2005. Last year, just 3 starts with LA. And a 4-pitch walk. It has to be just so frustrating for McCarthy and the Dodgers to go figure what has gone on with this guy. With the control, Rivers Casino tips to win.
Yeah, I think it's the story with McCarthy on the mound. You have to be patient. You can't help him. He doesn't know exactly where the ball's going, and so you're going to create opportunities via walk. He's tough to hit, but you get runners on base. Hopefully they can be brought home. And then Garrett Cole against lefties. First 5 in the lineup for the Dodgers are left-handed. The splits for Cole, he's better against righties and lefties, and their lefties got some pretty good numbers against right-handed pitching. You know, watching McCarthy, especially with the at-bat to Andrew McCutchen, you know, and you see A.J. Ellis behind the plate, and he's sitting up on corners. I think that's another thing that could help. I mean, instead of sitting up on the corners, sit up on, you know, inner half, outer half, whatever. And
until you get things straightened out.
Yeah, until you can throw a strike.
Figure out what's going on, yeah.
You look at his numbers, and, you know, the fastball, opponents only hit 154 against it, so there is movement. He does miss the barrel of the bat, and so, you know, you don't have to be as particular, you wouldn't think, unless he's just been effectively wild, and that's why the numbers are so low.
Last faced the Pirates July of 2014 when he was with the Diamondbacks.
And there he tries to throw a ball, and sure enough,
how about that?
A fastball pretty much down the middle.
2 outs. Really, the last 2 pitches were right down the middle. Polanco fouled one fastball away.
You see Ellis, he wanted it up and out of the zone, and it ends up being a bit off the outside edge. I thought it caught more plate than that. He ends up getting a call.
So here's Jung Ho Kang. Pirates talk about a guy who is struggling. Jung Ho Kang has really lost his starting job for all intents and purposes to David Freese. Kang did start on Wednesday night at PNC Park. Was 0 for 2 with a walk. And he is hit on the foot to load the bases. So McCarthy gets a call from Jim Joyce, the home plate umpire, on the Polanco strike 3 call, and here hits Kang on the foot.
And again, that's a fastball as well. And with the command, and that's a one thing I think at least a major league pitcher can typically command his fastball. If you can't command your fastball, very difficult to pitch at this level against these great hitters.
Bases loaded for John Jaso. And ball 1. Jaso, another guy who really has not started as often recently against right-handed pitching. It's been a lot of David Freese. Saw Sean Rodriguez start at first base last 2 games. And now 2 balls, no strikes on Jaso.
And even there, you know, well, we'll try to throw a curveball 1-0. Well, Ellis is set up maybe on the outside corner, maybe off the plate. If you throw a behind the count curveball, there's very rare does a hitter going to attack it with no strikes on him. And so why set up off the plate?
Catches an edge there. 2-1.
I mean, I think it'll be a long afternoon for McCarthy if he keeps trying to pick corners the way he's struggling with his command.
Three and one. And already Dodger fans getting restless. Brandon McCarthy walked 5 Red Sox in 3 2/3 innings 6 days ago. 5 days before that at Coors Field in Denver, he walked 5 Rockies in 3 innings. And he has walked 2 Pirates and hit a man here in the first. Full count.
And there, I mean, that pitch maybe on the outside corner, but Ellis that time set up right down the middle. Just because you set up down the middle doesn't mean you're going to throw it over the middle. And see, he set up down the middle. Pitch ends up being on the edge.
3-2, and this game could swing big time with this pitch, even though it's just the first. And it's ball 4, and the Pirates lead 1-0. Walking 3 in this inning.
Obviously, the fans are frustrated, but your teammates are frustrated. The guys standing behind you are frustrated. I mean, what a horrible way to start a game. You're just sitting there, just 1 ball put in play. You've thrown 23 pitches. You're just standing around, and you're already behind the 8 ball.
He's only thrown 9 strikes in the inning. Adrian Gonzalez and other Dodger defenders standing around as Rick Honeycutt pays McCarthy this early visit. Just can't figure. He has missed a lot of time coming back from Tommy John surgery. But over the years, one thing you have been able to say about Brandon McCarthy is that he has been, for the most part, a strike thrower throughout his career. A couple years with the White Sox, 3 seasons in Texas, 2 years with Oakland. Played parts of a couple seasons with the Diamondbacks. 2 years ago, pitched 14 games with the Yankees. And here is a former Yankee, Francisco Cervelli, back in the starting lineup.
It's kind of taboo, especially if the base is loaded. Give a 3-2 count to not throw your fastball. But I mean, he seems to have a little better feel for the breaking ball, and the fastball he's been missing by a bunch on many pitches.
And it'll be 0-2 now on Cervelli.
But you would almost think that he might have to go to that if he continues to struggle with the fastball command.
McCarthy with a 17th round pick of the White Sox in 2002. Signed with the Dodgers as a free agent December of 2014. Had Tommy John surgery April 30th last year. One ball and 2 strikes as Cervelli lays off the breaking ball. Cervelli pulled himself from the game on Wednesday with left wrist discomfort. Marte in on the bases loaded walk. McCutchen, Gong, and Jaso the runners. And missed again with a fastball. 2-2.
Typically, when you ask a position player about a pitcher and playing behind him, they talk about how he works fast, he throws strikes, gets a lot of action, keeps us on our toes. Just the opposite's happening here.
Strike 3 is called. The Pirates get 1. Thanks to the wildness from Brandon McCarthy. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Check out the Honda starting lineup for the Los Angeles Dodgers. They are 64-51. And the veteran Chase Utley will lead things off. Will be followed by Josh Reddick and Corey Seager, hitting .471 his last 4 games. And a top candidate for National League Rookie of the Year honors. Adrian Gonzalez hits cleanup. Jock Peterson in center. Veteran Howie Kendrick in left. Rob Segedin is the rookie third baseman, with A.J. Ellis and Brandon McCarthy rounding out the starting 9.
Here's your Hyundai numbers for Garrett Cole. 7-7, a 2.94 ERA. And he'll break the 100-inning mark this afternoon. Just 3 home runs allowed. Garrett Cole doing a good job keeping the ball in the ballpark. 83 punch-outs. Opponents hit .258 against him.
Chase Utley, .253 batting average for the season. Utley was 2 for 3 last night. .37 years old from Pasadena, 6-time All-Star in his 14th Major League season. Garrett Cole, good numbers his career against the Dodgers and against the National League West. Two and 1, 2 career starts here. He's 2-0 with a .405 ERA. That's a fair ball inside the first base bag for Utley. He's thinking 3, but he puts on the brakes at second. A leadoff double for Utley.
Utley always seemed to be a guy that liked to get the ball inside and pull it. He got a pitch that he liked, pulled it right inside the line, hits it hard. Down in that corner. I think Gregory Polanco does a good job of getting it and getting rid of it quickly. Utley maybe with 1 out. Worth the risk to try for 3, but with nobody out. Decides to stay at second.
And here's Josh Reddick. Recently acquired from Oakland. Good bunt, a little slip by Cole, and no chance, and it's first and third, nobody out.
Interesting play, a good play, it works. Obviously, it's a base hit. He gets Utley over, which I think was the main objective. And with a righty, typically the righty will fall off on that side and will be able to make that play. Garrett Cole, as you mentioned, a little bit of a slip. Reddick, a guy that was in the cleanup spot yesterday. Count on him to drive in runs, drive the ball, not give up an out. Although obviously he wasn't trying to give himself up, but a good opportunity now for Corey Seager.
Seager 1 for 5 last night. Garrett Cole, his record for the year, and again spent some time on the disabled list. 7-7, 2.94 ERA. Looking for a ground ball. Has done better lately against the lefty hitters. Splits were out of whack first portion of the year. They're still hitting .294 against him. Righties .224. And you see the splits versus Garrett Cole. The Pirates' 19-game winner last season. That's pulled foul.
He can turn on the ball. We see him hit a lot of balls the other way. And I think, you know, at times you'll see pitchers try to pound him in because he hits the ball the other way so well. And I think that's just an approach that he has. But if he faces a team or a pitcher that likes to pound him in, he can get the bat head out as well. And there you see the balls he puts in play by location. I mean, he hits the ball all over the place.
And bounces it to second. Frazier to Mercer to Jaso, double play. Cleans things up, ties the game at 1.
Take that all day long early in a ball game. Well, you're starting to think that the Dodgers could break it open after kind of dodging a bullet in the top of the first. The Pirates leaving the bases loaded. But you see there, good movement from Garrett Cole. The two-seam fastball. I mean, it's 98, and you still have that sink like Garrett Cole does. And so he gets the ground ball, the easy double play.
No RBI for Seager. Now Adrian Gonzalez. And a base hit.
Not saying it would make a difference, but interesting there. First pitch swinging, the hard hit ball through the right side. Josh Harrison plays much deeper with Gonzalez at the plate. And Adam Frazier was right there. Now Adam Frazier had a few steps, or maybe a couple of steps in the outfield grass, but Josh Harrison plays a good 25 feet in shallow right.
Another left-handed batter, Jock Peterson. A couple of hits last night.
Garrett Cole not afraid to move the feet. Yank that pitch a bit.
Hit. Opposite field single for Peterson.
And Peterson, a big power guy, you expect him to pull it. Another good two-seam fastball running off the plate. That's Corey Seager-like, going the other way. For the first time through against the lefties. Talked about Garrett Cole against left-handed batters. 4 for 5 here in this first inning.
Finally, we'll face a right-handed hitter in Howie Kendrick. He had 3 hits last night and an RBI. Hit 8th in last night's game. RBI single in the second, the only run the Dodgers got against the Pirates. Dodgers have played much better since the Pirates took 3 of 4 from them the end of June. 23-15 since that series. Strong pitching, and Clayton Kershaw, his last start was against Pittsburgh. Cole on to Jaso. Dodgers tie it up, collect 4 hits, and after 1, it's 1-1.
Roots Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, Health for All. By Bordas & Bordas, official legal partners of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Visit BordasLaw.com. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
It's a 1-1 ball game here in Los Angeles. Pirates West Coast swing will take them into San Francisco Monday night. And the Pirates playing better over the past week. They've won 5 of their last 7, including last night. And Jordy Mercer leading things off here against Brandon McCarthy. Mercer homered last night. Had a couple of hits. And we'll check out, see what this inning brings for Brandon McCarthy. The wildness of the first, didn't give up a hit, walked 3, hit a man, handed the Pirates a run. There's the breaking ball that he gets over.
Yeah, I would think he'd go to that more often unless somehow he finds the command of the fastball.
Toward left, and Kendrick. Mercer lines the breaking ball to the left fielder.
In fact, last start for McCarthy, you know, over the course of the season, the 7 starts, he's thrown the fastball 60% of the time. His last start, he's started throwing more curveballs. Threw the curveball almost 40% of the time, 38.5%, and fastballs less than 50%.
Fastball misses to Cole.
And you have to wonder, even when he's warming up, you know, certain pitchers, you know, when they warm up, curveball there, they throw the ball wherever they want. I mean, it's so effortless and easy, and then they could place it in, out, up, down. Catcher barely has to move, you know, and circumstances during the course of the game may affect whether or not they can execute the pitches as consistently. But you have to wonder, when he's warming up, is it okay, or is it all over the place? I mean, before the innings, he's not putting it where he wants to, but I'm just thinking in the bullpen if it's the same.
Strike 3, third K. We'll bring up Adam Frazier. Fireworks will light up the Pittsburgh skyline next Saturday. We invite you to head to the North Shore early. Saturday night block party featuring the Line & Kugel Bar on Federal Street. After the game, it's the Zabelli Fireworks Show, and it's presented by Levit Furniture. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. That's next Saturday. The Pirates return. Free Shirt Friday. PNC Park begin the next homestand. The Pirates' opponent, and it'll be big. It's the Miami Marlins for a 3-game series showdown. Then the Astros are in for interleague play. Line drive to left field for Frazier, a base hit. Adam Frazier singles to left. The first hit for the Pirates.
Number 6,
so
Starling Marte.
For a young guy that pretty much his entire life has played in every game. Rarely has he been in a situation like this where his starts are sporadic, maybe 1 or 2 a week, and yet still gives you a good at bat, a good approach, still collecting hits.
And not afraid to run. Limited starts, but has stolen 4 in 6 attempts. And we Talked about the great jump that Marte got. It really wasn't close. A.J. Ellis's throw was late, not strong, and Frazier wanted to, but slips, and a line drive base hit to left for Marte. Frazier heads to third. Marte towards second base. He is there with a double, and he continues to amaze with how fast he can be.
I know, it's really
the way he glides. He like is a gazelle.
And it is so effortless. And there are times it doesn't look like he's running, and yet he could still beat throws and stretch singles into doubles.
When he's rounding first and he's making that decision to try to go for the extra base, you're thinking, uh-oh.
Look at him. He's not even running
and now he decides, now. I mean,
who can do that? I mean, the ball wasn't in the corner. It was a base hit to left. Now, Kendrick did have a little ways to go for it. But the first 100 feet, he was just kind of, three-quarters.
One ball, no strikes on McCutchen with 2 outs.
And now no command of the curveball, missing badly with both of those.
Walked McCutchen in the first. Born in Glendale, California. Two and one. And his dad would take him to Dodger games. Big Oral Hershiser fan. Eventually the family moved to Arizona. Colorado initially, then on to Arizona for Brandon McCarthy. McCutchen trying to drive in a pair. 3-1. Scary moment, of course, for Brandon McCarthy. You might recall about 4 years ago when he was hit in the right side of the head on an Eric Ibar line drive. And he was pitching for Oakland against the Angels. And another walk. Just, it's really incredible. What in the world could happen to a guy like this?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know. You see that scary moment.
It's hit off McCarthy.
Ball would be made by Josh Donaldson, the play, and though he would get up and walk off under his own power, they rushed him to the hospital. He suffered an epidural hemorrhage, brain contusion, and a skull fracture, so he underwent emergency surgery that night to evacuate the hemorrhage, stabilize his fracture, and a week later was discharged from the hospital. Jamison Tyone was very fortunate to escape serious injury when he was hit in the back of the head in a recent start. Just add it to the list for Brandon McCarthy, the injuries over the years. Loaded for Polanco, who struck out looking in the first.
As a hitter, your mechanics can go, and even batting practice is a chore. You can't do the things you're used to being able to do. I can't imagine for a pitcher. Just finding that consistent release point. And as you mentioned, he had such good control. And it was never a thought that he could throw a strike. And
wow,
man, missing by a bunch.
It's just unbelievable to watch.
And you think it would almost have to snowball. I mean, that's, I think of Van Keel at the end of his career, and I faced him when he was really good and faced him when he couldn't throw strikes. And man, it's just bizarre, and it's tough to bat against too, because you don't know where it's going, and you have to be ready for the pitch that is in the strike zone, especially a situation like this with the bases loaded.
My gosh, he is just really fighting at every pitch. And you also wonder too, and the bullpen has gotten up, you see, You're going to wonder how long as a manager, you know, you want to give him some room to try and get out of it. But on the other hand, you talked about the fact it could snowball. Josh Fields up in the bullpen. Look at that. 28 pitches out of the zone of the 50 pitches. And not close. And that brings in another run. And the woes continue for veteran Brandon McCarthy. And he's hearing it from the home fans. As Polanco gets the RBI scoring, Frazier. Dave Roberts actually wants to bring one of the trainers out with him so that this won't be counted as a trip. Wanting to see about any health issues. This is only his 8th start since returning from Tommy John surgery, the ligament replacement surgery, the elbow, April 30th of last year for Brandon McCarthy.
Yeah, this is just going to buy more time to get Fields ready because you just can't keep him in there.
And at one point he just say, you know what, let's get him out of there.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's going to say, I'm fine. You know, but it has to be embarrassing, and you know he wants to compete. He just can't help it.
That's going to be it. They're going to get him out of there. Brandon McCarthy, for the 3rd straight start, walks 5 batters in less than 4 innings of work. In this case, less than 2 innings of work.
Is presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pirates lead 2-1. And here in the 2nd inning, have the bases loaded. Brandon McCarthy got the first 2 outs. Yep. A couple of star players, the Dodgers and the Pirates, wearing that number 22. McCarthy wearing it right now, and all he can do is think about it with his own thoughts in the Dodger dugout. Josh Fields was acquired from the Houston Astros. He takes over for McCarthy.
5.49 ERA. First time facing the Pirates.
Dodgers sent a minor league infielder to Houston to get Josh Fields. He begins with a breaking ball that misses to Jung Ho Kang and was hit by a pitch on the foot in the 1st inning.
Fields, pretty hard thrower, gets fastball into the mid-90s. Will also throw a curveball, slider, and a change.
And he falls behind 2-0.
You just have to wonder,
what's going through his mind, right?
That's what he's thinking. What happened? Where is it gone? What do I do?
Here comes Fields falling behind 3-0. Fields 5 scoreless outings with the Dodgers. 1 walk in 4 innings, 1 hit. With Houston, spent most of the year in the minors. Went 16 innings with the Astros, walked 3, struck out 20. Fields, a former first-round pick of the Seattle Mariners 8 years ago, out of the University of Georgia. Hit hard and through the left side. Jung Ho Kang brings home Marte. McCutchen stops at third. RBI single for Jung Ho Kang. Just his 4th hit in 19 August at bats, and the Pirates take a 3-1 lead.
Ball's hit hard. He knows he's getting a fastball, and center cut for Jung Ho. Puts a good swing on it. Maybe, I guess, hits it too hard because with the 2 out, base hit, McCutchen forced to be held up as that ball got to Howie Kendrick too quickly.
Kang, 38 RBIs on the year. Now John Jaso. His bases loaded walk in the 1st inning brought in the 1st run, and Jaso probably not thrilled with the call there from Jim Joyce. Didn't look like that caught any of the plate. Popped him up. Kendrick in left. And the Pirates get a couple. After 1.5, have a 3-1 lead. With a free shirt Friday, August 19th, Pirates and Marlins, 7:05. Be one of the first 20,000 fans to the gates. Get a Cannonball Coming t-shirt presented by Peoples. Go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Here at Dodger Stadium, the Pirates leading 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. And it'll be Rob Segedin here in Hollywood.
Straight out of Hollywood. I mean, that may have been our best promo of the year. Very.
Do you know how I begged not to do that, right? You do know that. Yeah. Stay on your chair, Bob. Quit laughing.
That's really funny.
There's some yellow jackets around here, Bob. I got some creme brulee for you, Bob, later. You like? Be careful. Don't laugh too hard. They can be tough on your gallbladder, Bob.
That was nicely done, though.
The Pirates PR promotions people do tremendous work. Really do. So Segedin, the rookie, who is 3 for 11 at the plate, and he takes ball 2 and 1. Bottom third of the order. Justin Turner was scratched. The right hand bruise. Shot! Oh, almost made the pick, and really, it was just do or die for Mercer.
There's not a whole lot you can do about that one. You just try to put yourself in a position and anticipate where the hop's coming and hope you got the glove in the right spot. Comes up and boy, it just didn't stay in there. It actually was in the webbing. Good effort though.
Fast infield here, of course. A.J. Ellis at the plate, hitting .206. One homer, 12 RBIs for A.J. Ellis. Second into second, and that wild pitch.
And what was odd about that wild pitch was the fastball. That's the second one that Garrett Cole really held on to a little too long and kind of yanked it through that left-handed batter's box, and Cervelli couldn't even get the glove out there.
Fly ball, Marte in left center.
Pitcher number 46, Josh
Second
Fields.
one out, and now Josh Fields, the pitcher, will come to the plate. I think, by the way, they call it a pass ball. They charged the pass ball to Cervelli on that play.
Yeah, he never got gloved to him. And it passed him.
First career at bat for Josh Fields, former Astro. Looking like it.
Yeah, that was way by him.
As he hits, they continue to loosen up the rookie Julio Urias, who has been in and out of the rotation and up and down the minor leagues. Makes you wonder.
Well, they really only have 4 guys on the bench, and one of them was a late scratch.
So it makes you think they're letting him hit, but we'll go to the reliever. Then again, you think they'd have somebody else. I mean,
yeah, another pitcher.
Yeah.
Number 26, Chase Utley.
Allegheny Health Network injury update. Dodgers have been hit hard by the injury bug this year. Currently, they've got 15 guys on the DL, 12 pitchers, 3 outfielders. Brett Anderson will come off the DL tomorrow and start against the Pirates, but big names on that list, including Clayton Kershaw, Hyunjin Ryu, Andre Ethier, Alex Wood, Bud Norris, Scott Van Slyke. 26 players on the disabled list total this year, the most ever by a National League club, second most by any team in the last 30 years. And that's a fair ball. Utley with the base hit and a double. And it's 3-2.
Well, that one looked like it must have hit right on the line out there, like a topspin lob almost. It almost looked like a backhand in tennis, and just lobbed it over Jaso's head and perfectly places it. Boy, right on the foul line.
Pair of doubles for Utley, now 34 runs batted in. He's 2 for 2. Talking about those left-handed hitters. Second time for Cole to face the first 5 that all bat from the left side. And he'll get this man, Reddick, for the final out. Infield single and a pass ball, and then a double. Makes it a 1-run game.
The LA Dodgers by a 3-2 score here at Chavez Ravine. I'm Robbie and Smikowski. Well, for many years, Dodger Stadium was located at 1000 Elysian Park Avenue. Well, on opening day here in 2016, Elysian Park Avenue was renamed to Vin Scully Avenue. That's right, named after the legendary Dodgers play-by-play guy. It runs for about half a mile from Sunset Boulevard to Dodger Stadium Way, right as you enter the ballpark near home plate. Now, the LA City Council had no issue with the name change, as this was approved by a whopping 13-0 margin. We get some footage, look at some footage of the naming of Vin Scully Avenue before the LA Dodgers took on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, the change marks the beginning of Vin's 68th and final season behind the mic for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Great stuff when you have not only the road leading into the ballpark named after you, Greg, but that press box you're sitting in right now is the Vin Scully press box. Safe to say he's a big deal around here.
just a little bit.
Not just around here, everywhere.
Yeah, it is. We're actually just honored to be sitting in this Vin Scully press box. This ball ripped toward right center field. A base hit for Francisco Cervelli, leading off the 3rd inning against Josh Fields.
Was it nice to get Cervelli back?
Jordy Mercer.
Scare with that wrist issue he had the other day, but looking good back in there.
Jordy Mercer to the plate, and again, Cervelli reiterated before the game the fact that he is not going to be 100% the rest of the year. Has to fight through some of the aches and pains that come with that surgery, and that hamate bone. Jordy Mercer lined out to left field his first time up, and someone said something in the media scrum around him today. I didn't catch it all, but somebody referenced Giancarlo Stanton. I thought that's what somebody said, that Stanton was able to come back from it and didn't seem to have an issue. And then Cervelli said, yeah, but he doesn't have to catch.
Yeah, and that could be a pain. I mean, especially you got a guy like Eric Cole throwing up upwards of 100 miles per hour, and you know you get a sinking fastball, and man,
you could really see it cause him discomfort in that game where he eventually left Wednesday. Seemed to initially hurt it on a swing and then tried to stay in the game and catch, but it looked painful to watch every pitch he received for the next inning. But thankfully, he was able to stay off the disabled list. The Pirates brought Elias Diaz to the big leagues, to the clubhouse anyway, the other day, just in case. An MRI showed major damage, but no structural damage. 96 miles an hour, fouled away by Mercer, who lined out to the left fielder Kendrick in the second.
You hear, you see catchers taking foul balls and wild pitches off the wrist, the arms, the mask, the body. What you don't see is a catcher, and you're receiving pitches from sinker ballers, lefties, righties, up, down, and out. I mean, they get whacked in the thumb. Their fingers. Obviously, you saw with Cervelli the problems he was having with his wrist. Your hands take a beating too.
Cervelli takes off, swing and a miss, and look at this. Cervelli not realizing the ball's gone into center field. Get a stolen base and a strikeout of Mercer. Ellis's throw sails into center.
Watch this throw.
It looks like he's got an issue with those throws. You go back to the Marte one, which was slow and late and one hop. You wonder, is Ellis having some kind of issues?
He couldn't have a grip on that ball, because even as high as it was, it didn't even reach the outfield grass. And catchers with their good arms, if they throw a ball that's up, I mean, it's getting out into the center fielder in a hurry. That ball barely made it to the grass.
See how he throws the ball back to the pitcher. See if that's even a thing for A.J. Ellis. Catchers, like pitchers, sometimes can have those problems. Might remember Mackey Sasser, who caught for the Pirates for a while, the Mets. He had that thing where he couldn't throw the ball back to the pitcher. So he had to go, remember him, that little double clutch? He'd get up and do a little double clutch before throwing it back to the pitcher every time. 0-2 on Cole. Easy for Fields. It's his second straight strikeout.
Second baseman Adam Frazier.
School will be starting up soon. Bring your family to PNC Park and end of summer back to school deals presented by Dick's Sporting Goods. Purchase an adult ticket in the corner box or outfield box and get a free kids ticket. This back to school offer good for all remaining August games. Go to pirates.com/back to school for tickets. Well, that's going to be it for the righty. We are going to see Julio Urias. game. Brandon McCarthy, a big help in that regard. He just could not find the strike zone, John. Only 43% of the pitches for strikes. That's the lowest mark in 2 years for McCarthy.
You know, as a hitter, you hear of hitters flying off the ball. When they fly off, the front shoulder opens up, the bat kind of drags behind. I think when a pitcher flies off, that's the front shoulder flies open and the arm drags. You saw in all those pitches missing in the righties, missing arm side. And maybe that's part of the problem. You know, I'm sure part of it is mechanical, but towards the end there, I have to think a lot of it was mental as well. But you know, he missed a lot of pitches on that arm side, and so now the third pitcher in the third inning, Julio Urias, 2-2, 4.66 ERA.
Adam Frazier. Fastball taken, and over at second, Cervelli. He's there with 2 outs.
Number 7 for the lefty,
who turned 20 yesterday, was the lone teenager in the major leagues. Signed out of Mexico in 2012, before he had even turned 17. He's made some starts this season. They're being very, very careful with his innings. In fact, there was discussion that he would start today. Back and forth between McCarthy, Brandon McCarthy, who ended up making the start, and Urias.
See Adam Frazier swing and miss too many fastballs, and it was clocked at just 91 miles per hour, but he has that finish, he has that life. See him top third of the zone. And again upstairs, this time at 93.
Takes care of Frazier. Pirates strand a man, lead by 1. What an impressive debut that was for those rookies, Paul, as they release Alex Rodriguez, bring those two prospects up, and they deliver. Here we are now in the bottom of the third inning. Corey Seager will lead things off against Garrett Cole.
Assuming they get enough at bats, they're certain, or at least on pace to pass Alex in the home run department
this year.
Well, in their career.
Yeah, they are on pace as of right now, no question. Did you catch any of that last night, A-Rod?
No, I did not. I read a couple articles about it.
Doubled in his first at bat, driving in a run, and Joe Girardi let him even play third base for the last half inning, so he was on the field for the final out. First time all year he had played third. There's a former teammate, Francisco Cervelli. 4-3 put out. Seager is retired. One away here in the bottom of the third.
Number 23.
And there's greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile, talking about news and notes around baseball. The veteran Ryan Howard last night went 3 for 5 with a grand slam, drove in 5 runs. And Charlie Blackmon was 3 for 3, hit 3 solo homers. His first career 3-homer game. Jonathan Papelbon asked for and received his release today from the Nationals once they acquired Mark Melancon from the Pirates. Papelbon unhappy. He has been released. And over toward right on a base hit. Second of the day for Adrian Gonzalez.
Yeah, you know, one thing that A-Rod won't miss is the tabloids.
31, John Peterson.
Man, they took one last stab. There
Yeah,
you see
they did.
that the changeup was a little bit up, not a horrible pitch. Good swing.
Well, the headlines, the New York Post said God hates A-Rod. Was that?
Yep.
Yeah. Because as the ceremony was taking place, there was a thunderclap.
Yeah, it started pouring.
Jock Peterson single to left, his first time up against Garrett Cole, who's really looking to find his rhythm. %71% of the time he has thrown a first pitch strike, but he's also given up 7 hits.
Coming right at Peterson this at bat. Peterson, a nice piece of hitting back in the first. Taking a pitch off the plate away to left. And you see Cole coming right after him.
One ball, 2 strikes. Another note in baseball in the minor leagues. How about the Lynchburg Hillcats prospect of the Indians organization, Francisco Mejia, 1 hit away from becoming the 6th player in pro baseball ever to have a 50-game hitting streak. There's a 6-4-3 double play, and that cleans it up beautifully for Garrett Cole. Played 3, Bucks up 3-2. and yelled toward his dugout. He is convinced that second base was not touched by Adam Frazier, that he came off before he got the ball. You can see Adam Frazier almost in disbelief right now. This is going to be the second time this has happened to him. And Garrett Cole is out on the mound already. He thinks there's no question that Frazier didn't have the ball.
Yeah, it looked like maybe that left foot did come off the bag before he got the ball from Jordy Mercer.
A couple weeks ago, Frazier was a base runner and went into second base, and as he slid and went to a pop-up slide, he vacated the bag ever so briefly. I believe it was Brandon Phillips. Might have been Jonathan Villar, come to think of it, who kept the tag on. They challenged, and Frazier was called out. There's another look. These are things that you know, he hasn't had to worry about. Boy, that's pretty close there. My gosh, is that convincing? Clear and convincing? I don't know.
Hard to say, hard to even pick up, and I guess as a base runner, I mean, that'd be a hard thing to even see. As an infielder, you can feel it. You'll see second basemen as they come to the bag, they always put the left foot on the bag, and they kind of collect the ball as a first baseman and get themselves in a situation to make that turn. And yeah, they're saying he came up too quick. Slow it down here.
Ball is overturned. Now batting number 47.
Yeah, the foot is off before it's in the glove.
Whatever. So I mean, that's.
But what amazes me is how does Adrian Gonzalez recognize that as he's sliding into second base?
So Frazier, now a big leaguer, has to kind of learn the game. It's a new game now in the big leagues. This is something he's not had to deal with in college or the minors. You got to be awfully literal these days. You've got to be on that bag, have the ball. Now Kendrick at the plate. Ball one. Imagine as a starting pitcher in Cole's case, feel good about getting an inning-ending double play. You're head to the dugout, and then that, and that disrupts your rhythm. And now he falls behind 2-0.
Yeah, and you wonder. I mean, you talk pitch count. That's such a major thing nowadays. How many more pitches is it going to take him to finish off the inning? Good pitch there, even behind the count, 2-0, and Cole with that big fastball, just able to throw a little slider in there for a strike.
Gong has had trouble with the defense lately, and it's going to be another error and a tie game. Oh my goodness. Can you believe the turnaround? They challenged. The call overturned. Cole comes back out there, falls behind, but gets Kendrick to hit the ground ball. And Jung Ho Kang, not only has he struggled at the plate, commits his 6th error in the month of August, and he hasn't played all that much.
Even, well, they could charge 2 errors on the plate. Probably only 1, because if you see here, this throw arrives at John Jaso at first base before Kendrick gets there. But if it's a bang-bang play, they're not only going to charge him an error for the bobble, but another error on the throw. But this will end up just being a throwing error.
No, they're going to charge him with 2.
I don't think that's right.
Wow.
Because an accurate throw, he's out. And so to me, I don't see how you can give him an error on the bobble. You can give him just the throwing error, which allows the runner to score.
Line towards center field. McCutchen plays it on the hop. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
just really incredible.
And it's unfortunate because, again, you know, you're out of the inning, you're sitting in the dugout. I mean, you only have, 40 or so pitches through 3. You're feeling good. It was a routine double play ball. No reason to be overly quick.
Do you really think Major League Baseball, is this what you want?
Exactly.
It is ridiculous. And I'd say that regardless if it went against the Pirates or in favor of the Pirates. You think, is this what baseball wants? I mean, a routine double play ball gets Cole out of it. And yeah, Gong should have made that play, no question about that. No excuses there. But just it's absurd. They do call 2 errors on the play, by the way. Repeating. It's not been changed at least yet on Gong. So it's a 3-3 game, and Cole has had to throw all these other pitches. And again, no excuses. Gong has really struggled mightily at the plate and in the field second half of this season.
And just like pitching, you get into a slump, a hitter gets into a slump, a fielder can get into a slump. It gets to the point where you start losing confidence. It can happen to where you don't want the ball hit to you. And when that happens, you're not on your toes, the ball's your feet. You start letting the ball play you instead of attacking. I'll say this, there have been a couple tough ones. I mean, that one ball that Edwin Jackson hit him, I mean, that was a bullet. That ball was hit extremely hard. It was hooking.
You can almost defend not calling that one an error.
Right.
The Edwin Jackson shot. Frazier on to first, so Cole has to throw a bunch of more pitches, and an unearned run ties the game. Scoreboard tied at 3. Cole had to throw 9 extra pitches that inning after that call was overturned. and an unearned run that ties the game. So back to square one. Adrian Gonzalez called it, and checking out the standings currently. That Cardinal victory over the Cubs. They are now tied with the Marlins for that second wild card spot.
Yeah, you mentioned the 9 extra pitches. You know what else could end up coming into play? You send up 3 more batters. That's,
yeah.
You turn that lineup over. Those 5 straight lefties in this lineup. But Garrett Cole may end up facing them a 4th time.
On a strike. Urias will throw out Marte. 1 down. Big day for birthdays.
Andrew McCutchen.
August the 13th. Former Pirate Tom Prince, who's still in the organization and doing some great work in the Pirates minor leagues throughout the organization. One-time Dodger catcher, Pirate catcher Princey, celebrating a birthday. Vinegar Ben Mizell was born on this day in 1930. One-time Pirate. There's a shot hit by Seguin. 2 outs.
Wow, that was a bullet. McCutchen, boy, it's looking more and more like it. He's back. You saw the 2 line drives hit the other way last night, one leaving the ballpark, and this one really ties up the Dodgers' third baseman.
Two-way brings up Gregory Polanco. Happy 90th birthday. I'm going to give him a day early to Bill Hicks, Cranberry Township. Bob Topich is watching at home in Franklin Park. His birthday today. And our good buddy Jason Steele, Steeltown, 32 today. He's in the truck. He's one of the gypsies. Associate producer Jason Steele. Fly ball toward the corner. Reddick. Oh, that was almost a fair. It is a fair ball. And Reddick gets a bit of a break, and the ball bounces out of play. But he lost it. Now, Polanco didn't run initially. Can you imagine that ball stays in?
I know.
In fair in play, doesn't bounce out.
Yeah, that's one of those where it's skied, it's high, he just misses it. He's frustrated as Polanco because he's thinking, boy, I just got underneath it. That could have been a home run. But it's also one that starts out foul and comes back in. There's no hook to it. The opposite happens. You get that reverse spin. Reddick's fighting the sun. No idea where the ball is, hoping that it comes down. He's nowhere near it.
Yeah. Well, a double for Polanco.
And there are times, even with glasses, I mean, if the ball is in the sun and it doesn't come out, you can't see it. We'll take it. No complaint from Gregory. 26 double.
Gong has been hit by a pitch, singled in a run.
It'll be interesting to see if Jung Ho even a 3-0 count. Does he get a strike to hit here? First base is open. The lefty Jaso on deck. He's been pitching Gung carefully. The 2-0 breaking ball, and now way off the plate is Ellis. They get the call, but Ellis wasn't expecting a strike to be thrown there. middle of the plate so far. Probably a breaking ball. Change up.
Gong reaches for a third straight time. And before Jaso steps in, we're going to get to a day automotive this day in Pirates history. 1969, August 13th, Roberto Clemente leads the Pirates to a 10-5 win over the Giants. He goes 4 for 5, 3 homers, drives in 4, scores 4. Gene Alley, a couple of hits, including a homer, drives in a couple. Jim Bunning goes 7 2/3 for his 10th win of the year on this day in 1969. Jackie Robinson retired throughout baseball, number 42. He was a Clemente fan. All decked out in Pirate garb. John Jaso said, "You're looking like a pirate these days with that shiny black eye." Yeah, he's heard some comments. 1 ball, 1 strike to the left-handed hitter who walked with the bases loaded in the first, driving in Pirates' first run and flied out against Josh Fields to end the second. Lefties hitting 200 against Urias. Righties batting .311 against him. Ground ball to Gonzalez. Pirates strand a couple. Move to the bottom of the 4th, 3-3.
It's time for the Toyota RAV 4th inning. The all-wheel drive RAV hybrid has performance that will make you rethink hybrid. Let's go Bucks!
It is a 3-3 ball game here in LA, going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Always plenty of Pirate fans on hand, even here out at Dodger Stadium. Middle game of this series. Chase Utley on deck is 2 for 2. Right now the batter's the pitcher, Julio Urias. Cole hopefully gets past him, and then he'll take his shot at Utley. He has just the 1 strikeout tonight. Talked about that a lot this year. His strikeouts are down. Oh, 0-2 the count. And 0-2 pitch. The rookie pitcher singles to left.
Boy, he just
Up there and flicked it out there. 95 up in the zone. And tell he's swung a bat before. Just handsy. Watch how easy. Just throws the barrel at it.
His second hit in 15 big league at bats. Now Utley 2 for 2. Parallel Automotive League leaders in the consecutive innings without giving up a home run. Garrett Cole, second behind Jeurys Familia of the Mets, has the current longest active streak without giving up a dinger, 59.
Used to seeing this from Garrett Cole. So many base runners. Already the third time through the lineup in just the 4th inning.
His last start was against the Cincinnati Reds. He went 5 2/3 innings against the Reds on Sunday. Suffered the loss. "25 times a batter has swung against Cole today. Only 4 times has a batter swung and missed. And that includes the pitchers who have hit in this game, Fields and Urias.
How about Utley has yet to hit into a double play?
That's one of the more remarkable stats.
Now, they do not have a great hitting team in terms of pitchers, so he's probably not in that position a whole bunch. You know, usually if there's a guy on first, the pitcher comes up, will bunt him over, so he's not at the plate a whole lot with the runner at first.
Dave Roberts has the longest Los Angeles Dodgers streak. Current manager.
Still, that's crazy.
It's a Tony Barterome-like. Kevin Elster, one-time Dodger, one-time Pirate on that list. Tony Barterome, known many years as being a Pirates trainer, but was also one-time Pirates first baseman who went through a whole year as a player without hitting into a double play. So far, no twin killings with Utley. And a strikeout.
Right fielder.
Garrett Cole picks up strikeout number 2.
Well, there's a swing and miss on the fastball. Bottom of the zone. Good late movement.
Josh Reddick had a bunt single in the first inning and tapped one back to Cole in the second. Another swing and a miss. Frazier, 1. That's all they get. For the second out.
And there's a situation where, again, I know as far as these new roles and everything else like that, the pitcher's running, not sliding,
runs across the bag, and it's not a double play ball, but if Jordy Mercer throws it, you never know.
Corey Seager hit a double play in the first. Reddick can run. Good speed. Ball one on Seager. Two outs, one on, 3-3. Here's what John's talking about. Now, Urias is the runner. But look at this. I mean, how is that right?
Yeah,
that's not a bona fide slide.
No. And again, maybe he goes down if he doesn't see Jordy step away from the bag. But there are times that why not just go ahead and throw it over?
No, but what would happen if the Pirates challenged that?
Good question.
Because we've seen the play called even if the middle infielder doesn't throw it to first base. It's happened to the Pirates. Obviously, it's a risk. But pretty clear cut that that's not a bona fide slide. Not a slide at all.
I mean, and I guess the defense would be, or I guess the umpires could say, well, he conceded that, you know, the runner was going to be at first. I wasn't trying to make a play, or Jordy wasn't trying to make a play at first.
That would be countered by Jordy saying, I couldn't make a play at first when the guy's going in standing up. 1-2 on Seager. And there goes the runner. Got a good jump, and he'll make it without a throw. Reddick, the stolen base. His first as a Dodger was 5 for 5 with Oakland.
Garrett does have the high leg kick. He's pretty deliberate getting the ball to his catcher, and so you can get a good jump off of him.
Cervelli going to talk to Garrett Cole. 3-2 count. Adrian Gonzalez on deck. Garrett Cole grew up in, again, this area. Born in Newport Beach. Lives in Tustin, California, about 35 miles southeast of Dodger Stadium. And a base hit, and the Dodgers take the lead. Corey Seager brings home Reddick. Dodgers up 4-3.
The stolen base was big. It's in the scoring position. Seager, as he does so well, goes the other way and just fights this pitch off. Another pitch up and in, but he pulls his hands in. And Jordy Mercer, just not tall enough. Couldn't get up high enough. It's an easy trip from second for Reddick.
Seager's 56th run batted in. And for the longest time, the Dodgers had monopolized the Rookie of the Year award. But it's been 20 years since their last Rookie of the Year, Todd Hollandsworth in 1996. And Seager looking to become the 17th Dodger to win that award. Eric Karras He's leaning back there. Watch it, Eric. Bob Walk will tell you it's a dangerous position. But Eric Harris won it in 1992. Another broadcaster, former Dodger, Fernando Valenzuela, won it in 1981.
Didn't they have 4 in a row?
I think so. Yeah, I think they had it 92 through 96, right? Karras, Mike Piazza in 93, Raul Mondesi, Hideo Nomo, and Hollinsworth. There's Fernando Valenzuela. It was an angry fastball from Cole there, 1-2. Fernando Mania swept the country, and in particular Los Angeles, for several years. 1981, the Rookie of the Year. Garrett Cole gives up a go-ahead run, 2 hits in the inning. And now LA up 4-3.
Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Colorado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Barrel. With express service, you're in and out in no time. Visit barrelservice.com to find the location near you. Let's go Bucks!
4-3. Dodgers now lead it. Corey Seager's base hit. Bottom of the 4th, giving the Dodgers this lead. About some exciting young players. Corey Seager, Mike Trout here in Southern California. Well, it's been an off year for the Angels. They're in last place in the American League West. The Dodgers are in second place in the National League West, just a game back of the Giants, but again leading the wild card chase. Francisco Cervelli singled off Josh Fields, leading off the 3rd. After this homestand for the Dodgers, which ends tomorrow, they go on the road to Philadelphia and Cincinnati. Then they are back here, and they have a big series showdown against the Giants. They still have to play the Giants 9 more times. So the National League West far from decided. Two and one.
And you have to think with Cervelli saying that he may not be 100% the rest of the year.
I think he's hurt again.
Yeah, I think it probably is
his reaction here.
More uncomfortable when you swing and miss. And you see there, the top hand comes off, the left hand. I mean, probably doesn't feel it as much when he makes contact. What's bizarre about that swing and miss, you rarely see Cervelli swing that.
Yeah. Broken bat, base hit.
So you don't have to swing that hard. Just got to know where to place it. And put it in play. A little jam shot.
Shortstop Jordy Mercer.
Brings up Jordy Mercer with the Bucks down a run here in the 5th. Announcement here in the press box that Brandon McCarthy, the starter, left with right hip stiffness. He went 1 2/3, gave up 3 runs, 2 hits, walked 5, hit a man. Josh Fields, 1 inning, and now Julio Urias in relief for the 2nd time, the big league level. Close.
Typically a lefty, especially a lefty you haven't seen his move. It could be tricky if they have a good one. Especially if you're not anticipating any attention, like Cervelli, although, we've seen him. He can sneak a stolen base in. But typically when Cervelli's going to go, there's, maybe a full count or a couple of outs. We've seen Clint Hurdle, he's had a delay steal on. Right there, Urias going to the plate as Cervelli was still on the bag. Yeah, that's a good move. Makes me think of Ed Vosberg. Remember him? He had maybe the best I've ever seen, because he was quick with the move as well as deceptive. You could never tell where he was going, whether he was going home or to first.
Didn't get that call.
Just off the plate with the change up there.
Drilled to left, but hooking.
Plenty of distance.
Homered last night. Urias has given up 5 in 51 innings. The big leagues. Started against the Phillies 5 days ago. Mercer sees Urias for the first time. He lined out against Brandon McCarthy, and then struck out against Josh Fields. now faces the rookie lefty. And that'll be out of play. 7 homers, 42 runs batted in for Jordy Mercer on the year. He'll turn 30 years old in a couple of weeks. Former third-round pick out of Oklahoma State 8 years ago. 8th pitch of this at bat coming up. That's lined toward left field. That'll drop in front of Kendrick. Mercer's had some hard line drives, even foul balls. Lined out in the second, and now the single to left. Perfect timing. Now Cole will try to advance the runners.
Yeah, we got another changeup. Looked to be up in the zone. The changeups aren't as effective if you leave them up there above the belt. Even if it's off the plate like that one is, that's not enough. That's a fairly easy pitch to hit as long as you're staying back and you can recognize it. When you get it down around the knees, it's a different program. Much tougher pitch to hit. Jordy Mercer takes advantage of the mistake.
Now see if the Dodgers do anything tricky here. Infield met briefly. Cole has 2 sacrifice bunts this season.
And his job is just to bunt the ball down third unless he sees the shortstop break away from his position. Then you don't want to bunt into it. Not the case. It's just a regular bunt play, and Garrett Cole going the first base side with foul.
Adam Frazier is on deck for the Pirates. Down 1 in the 5th. Couple strikes. So Clint Hurdle takes off the bunt with 2 strikes. Cole did not look comfortable the first 2 pitches.
And that's dangerous for one reason. If he hits a ground ball, it's a double play. You have a great opportunity here. Just get the bat head out there, and you see where the Gonzalez is. He's still expecting the bunt. Get the bat head out front, just bunt it to the third baseman.
Toward Gonzalez. He gets the out there.
I just don't understand the direction there. He's standing there right in front of you, 45 feet away. If you bunt it over there, especially when you have a runner like Cervelli, you don't have the fastest guy at second base. That's all he wants. The first baseman wants the ball bunted at him in that situation because he knows he has a great chance of getting the lead runner. And so nice little
What's weird
throw
about
on the
it,
run.
It was strange about it, John, is it looked as though his attempts were going toward first base.
I don't understand. I just don't understand that. It doesn't add up. I know, although I know I've been told before that they're more worried about pitchers getting the bunt down than bunting in certain directions. But for me, that's the easiest bunt to make. When there's a runner's at second base, you just make the third baseman field it. It's the simplest bunt there is. You don't have to worry about anything because if the third baseman vacates his position, the runner can walk the third base pretty much. And so that's why you always want that bunt going towards third.
So it's not deadening the ball or anything else. It's just direction.
Especially there.
It doesn't look like he's actually bunting it toward first.
He looks like he's kind of angling the bat that way, and that's what they're defending against. That's what they want you to do. Look where the third baseman is. He's back there. All you got to do is bunt it down that third base side. He comes and gets it. Cervelli gets the third easily. And that was a breaking ball, which makes it even easier to get the barrel out front. And plus,
Josh
it's
Harrison
breaking.
is pinch hitting.
Plus, it's breaking in towards you.
Harrison bats for Frazier, the lefty hitter. Two for four as a pinch hitter. Jay Hay was 1 for 4 last night. He's been leading off the last several games. Adam Frazier led off against the righty McCarthy. 2-0. Splits. Good year against lefties in particular for Josh Harrison.
Change up again. He throws hard enough, has enough fastball to where you have to respect it, and you get into that hitter's count. You want to gear up to put good wood to the fastball, and then he throws the changeup, even though it wasn't a great one. It was up a little bit, middle, inner half of the plate. And as a hitter, you're still out in front because you're expecting the fastball. And then he throws the fastball 2-1. You're not geared up for it, 2-1. And so he throws the fastball after throwing a 2-0 changeup, and then you end up being late on it.
He went 5 innings against the Phillies 5 days ago. Gave up 1 earned run, 5 hits. Urias. Harrison with 44 runs batted in. Fly ball toward left, sending Kendrick back to the track.
Close. Put a good swing on it. He knew he put a good swing on it, but just too high.
Fielder number 6, Starling Marte.
A great start to this inning with base hits from Cervelli and Mercer, but Garrett Cole not able to get the sacrifice bunt down. Instead, it turned out to be a force play at third. Harrison, as the pinch hitter, flies to the warning track. Now it's up to Starling Marte. Has scored a couple. He's 1 for 2. Hitting .292 with men in scoring position on the year. .333 with 2 outs and men in scoring position. That's the case here. And he went. And it's 0-2.
Keeping you honest, Starling. High fastball. And he does. He has one of those fastballs that I don't think the hitter picks up right away. It's got some zip to it. It gets on you. Especially after he gets ahead with the changeup. And there he goes. He gets it by him.
After the game for new Inside Pirates Baseball, Starling Marte, speed to burn, could reach a whole new level of thefts this season. The Pirates discuss the etiquette of talking to a pitcher on the day he starts. That and much more. Inside Pirates Baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network. It debuts tonight after postgame on Root Sports. Pirates trailing 4-3. Disjointed ball game, really. Brandon McCarthy struggled with the control, handed the Pirates an early 1-0 lead. Dodgers tied it in the bottom of the first. McCarthy's wildness continued in the second as Josh Harrison takes over at second base for Adam Frazier. And the Pirates led 3-1, but the Dodgers scoring a run in the second. Double by Chase Utley with 2 outs, and then in the third inning, Garrett Cole had seemingly gotten out of the frame when got this man to hit into a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. Adrian Gonzalez was at first, but the Dodgers challenged the call, said that Adam Frazier came off the bag. Super slow-mo stop action showed he barely did. And so the inning continued. Jung Ho Kang committed 2 errors on a ground ball by Howie Kendrick. He would then throw the ball away. That tied it. Corey Seager's 2-out single last inning gave the Dodgers this lead.
Cole with the curveball hasn't thrown many of those this afternoon. Tried to get the chase.
Fastball fouled away, 2-2. Garrett Cole pitched a complete game, first of his professional career, 9-inning complete game on the 27th of July at PNC Park against the Mariners. 3 hits, 1 run, did not walk a batter, struck out 6.
Pretty close pitch, didn't miss by much. The check swing by Jock Peterson, pretty close. And you see the slider. Now that's got the corner, bottom of the zone. Here goes the check swing. Not enough. Wastes another pitch. 98 miles per hour.
Looking toward the line, and that's a fair ball. And dropped by Polanco, allowing Peterson to go to third.
Peterson's put some good at-bats together in this series thus far, and this was another good at-bat. And I think it was another curveball that he goes out and gets, hits it off the end of the bat. No, changeup that was left up. But I think Gregory got a little bit lucky as that ball hit his body. And so with that ball hitting the wall and then hitting his body, it doesn't go by him. So he was able to corral it, and it looked like keep Peterson at second base. But then when he came to throw it, I don't know if when he went back to throw it, if the wall knocked it out of his hand. That's a third error here for the Pirates.
Third error of the season on Polanco on the infield in with nobody out. These two clubs have played strong defense all year long, the Pirates and the Dodgers. Dodgers coming in having committed 51 errors, second fewest in the league behind the Washington Nationals. Pirates the fourth fewest errors in the league. And Polanco turned all the way around. Kendrick into second with extra bases. And it is 5-3 LA.
I think at times you can be surprised by the power of a hitter when you're on the corners. And especially when you're in the opposite field with a righty in right field. Sometimes when they catch the ball real good, you're surprised by the carry. You expect the ball to come and slice. And it doesn't happen a whole lot where that line drive goes over your head. So I think Polanco initially thought he was going to be able to just kind of stay where he was and make that play, but hit much harder, much further. And so got turned around. Kendrick 20th double. Not a good start to this bottom of the fifth.
12 hits now for Los Angeles. Dodgers had a dozen hits, scored just one run last night. Hit some hard hit balls off of Ivan Nova, but found gloves. Pirates played some excellent defense. Not the case here today. And still nobody out. Jared Hughes up in the bullpen for the Pirates.
Watch it.
Nope, that ball hit someone. Dugout. It seems to be okay. Out there, but works like a bunt, moving the runner to third. Seguin is retired, but Kendrick is at third base.
Catcher, AT Ellis.
Brings up the catcher, AJ Ellis. Again, the infield in. Pitch count for Garrett Cole up to 86. 99 pitches in 5 2/3 innings his last time out. In Atlanta before that, 97 pitches. And Ellis hit. Yasmani Grandal was on deck.
Well, that one didn't feel good, and here at Cole. Sure if the left arm took some of that or if that was all back.
Well, Dave Roberts had gotten Josh Raven up in the bullpen and had Yasmani Grandal on deck to pinch hit. Instead, he sticks now with Urias.
We'll see if they bunt. He handles the bat okay. We saw the line drive base hit.
And boy, coming way down the line was Kendrick.
And that's what you can do. You're afforded in this situation. If you have the pitcher bunting with the first and third situation, the runner can come down as far. That might have been even like a safety squeeze because Jung Ho Gung should be charging in that situation. He was staying back, and as a third base runner, you can go as far as the third baseman. But boy, he was way out in front of Jung Ho Gung. I'm guessing Kendrick was expecting Jung Ho Gung to charge with him.
To the plate and out. Kendrick says no way, says he's safe.
And again, that kind of was set up like a safety squeeze. And that's a good job. Jaso, who's holding the runner on at first base. Ellis, boy, he got way in there. And once again, Jung Ho Gung wasn't really charging. He's the guy that Jung Ho Gung typically is the guy that you want coming in. But look how much further Jaso's in than Jung Ho Gung. And boy, that's going to be a close one. That left hand going across the plate. Cervelli reaching with the tag. Boy, looks like he's there before the tag. And that's a heck of an effort by John Jaso, though. I mean, he has to come all the way in right there. But it looks like they're going to get their 6th run here.
Jim Joyce, the crew chief, in the center of attention 6 years ago, that Armando Galarraga near perfect game. Couldn't tell clearly there whether he didn't even get a piece of the jersey on that. Was there space between the glove and the jersey? Is he getting the jersey before he hits the plate?
Another thing I think about when they do these reviews, is it normally one crew that's in New York umpiring?
I believe so, yes.
And so what if there's, 2 or 3 other reviews going on at the same time? I mean, like you said, I know a lot of times we don't get explanations.
A lot of times.
Yeah. But I also wonder, what if that happens? What if it just so happens that there's 2 or 3 other reviews at the same time? Maybe, is that why it takes so long?
I've always assumed that it's taking longer when it's the closer play.
Yeah.
And safe. 6-3. Clint Hurdle's going to remove Garrett Cole.
Pretty good look at it.
6-3. Just 4 1/3 innings. Giving up a dozen hits.
I can't imagine him ever giving up that many hits in
No, I can't
the start in the big leagues.
Sacrifice fielder's choice RBI, by the way, for Urias. Jared Hughes, also Southern California native.
3.35 ERA, 44th appearance. Looking for the ground ball from Jared.
Got it, but it's a chopper, not necessarily a double play ball. And again, Chase Utley avoids hitting into a double play.
And again, if Jordy Mercer makes the throw, you never know, because the pitcher, Urias.
I've asked Clint Hurdle about that. Why wouldn't you just have your fielders go ahead and throw the ball anyway? He said, well, what if they throw it away and then the call is not overturned and it becomes an error and you're in more of a mess than ever. But I still say,
I mean, it's a 90-foot throw. It's a 90-foot throw. These guys make that throw a billion times.
Yep. Josh Reddick, 1 for 3. Dodgers scoring single runs the first, second, third, fourth, and now a pair here in the fifth.
Both teams already turned the lineup over 3 times. And the first 2 batters for both clubs coming to the plate 4 times through 5 innings.
Another chopper. Harrison just does get the runner at first as Reddick was flying down the line. Dodgers scored 2 more and through 5 innings have a 3-run lead. McCarthy was wild. He would go just 1 2/3 innings, give up 3 runs, couple of hits, 5 walks, hit a man, early exit, but Garrett Cole was not sharp. Cole thought he was going to get out of this 3rd inning jam with this double play ball hit by Jock Peterson, initially ruled out at second, but the Dodgers challenge, you see, the second baseman Adam Frazier was off the bag slightly, so the inning continued. And Jung Ho Kang committed 2 errors on this play. So Adrian Gonzalez would score the tying run in the 4th inning with 2 outs. Corey Seager singled home Josh Reddick with a go-ahead run. Reddick had reached on a fielder's choice and stole second, was in scoring position to score. Dodgers add to the lead with 2 more in the 5th, and they are now up 6-3 on the UPMC scoreboard. Meanwhile, the rookie, who turned 20 years old, Julio Urias, got the last out of the 3rd inning with a man on second. Pitched 2 scoreless after that, the 4th and 5th, and now Andrew McCutchen, who lined out to 3rd base against Urias in the 4th inning, and now he's in the hole 0-2.
And what's amazing too is that the Pirates are still at 3 runs. I mean, they've had tons of opportunities every inning, have left 11 on through just 5.
2-2 on McCutchen. Urias walked Jung Ho Kang in the 4th. McCutchen has drawn a bunch of free passes recently. 9 in the last 8 games. 10 in the last 8 games.
We talked about it. Urias and that good fastball of his. He doesn't like to throw it. I mean, here he is with the 3-run lead. Andrew McCutchen up. And a bunch of soft stuff, even the 3-2 pitch. So another base runner here for the Pirates.
Blanco. That fly ball, Josh Reddick, the right fielder, lost in the sun and dropped in for a double. Book closed on Cole. 4 1/3, 12 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned. Just a couple of strikeouts. Up to the Pirates offense now to pick up Cole in a fairly close play over there. McCutchen back.
Step off. We've seen the other move where he lifts that right leg and pretty good deception with it. Also has the step off move. Little didn't mean to swing from Gregory Polanco. Urias, who missed a couple months last year, underwent surgery to
remove a benign tumor from his left eye. That was interesting. Urias slapped the ball foul to make sure it didn't go back into fair territory. Meanwhile, Polanco had stopped running.
Yeah.
The ball spins back into fair territory. Pick the ball up, you get an out.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes. So Urias about 80 innings last year. His agent is Scott Boras. Boras has talked in the past about how his agency has done research that advocates limiting the innings jumps for younger pitchers to about 30 per season. And Urias is right now at about 95 combined with his 45 innings in Oklahoma City and what he's done in the big leagues this year. One and two. Joe Blanton, the Pirates last year, is up in the bullpen now for the Dodgers.
Oh, that pitch way out of the zone. And again, there's something about his fastball. That's why I said earlier this inning, the 3-2 pitch to McCutchen. These guys don't see it all that well. I mean, when have we ever seen Gregory Polanco swing at that pitch? About neck high and well off the plate in.
Chung Ho-Gong has been hit by a pitch, singled in a run, and walked. On deck, David Freese to hit for Jaso.
Borderline pitch down. And you'll find these guys that have that sneaky fastball that kind of, hard to lay off when it's up. Kind of stays on the same plane. The pitch that's down, as a hitter, you see it and you think it's down, and it ends up catching the bottom of the zone like that last one.
All of a sudden, he walks Gong on 4 pitches, second walk of the inning. So 2 on with 1 away, down 3. And if you're on the road traveling and you want to see your Buccos, subscribe to MLB.tv Premium for live or on-demand baseball on over 400 devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. That is going to be it for the rookie lefty Julio Urias. With Freese being announced, right-handed hitter, Joe Blanton is ready. And Dave Roberts is going to go to the veteran now. And we'll be back. Today, Julio Urias goes 2 2/3. To this point, does not allow a run, but he is responsible for the 2 men on base, walk 3, struck out 3. And David Freese, just before we went to the break, trying to do a little bit of head fake with the manager, Dave Roberts. Started to walk toward the plate. But wait a second. As he announced. Dave Roberts appreciates that. First-year skipper.
Always want to wait until the pinch hitter's announced before you go out there
to make it official. Roberts goes to Blanton, who just returned from being on the bereavement list after a death in the family.
Pretty good year. 4-2, 2.64 the ERA. Just 33 hits allowed and 58 innings of work.
Freeze bats for Jaso. Outings last year after being acquired from Kansas City. Blanton went 5-0 with the Pirates with a 1.57 ERA. Former Phillies starter. Years with Oakland. And signed as a free agent by these Dodgers in January.
Swing there from David Freese, 92 miles per hour.
It's Freese. Two away.
Catcher number 29, Francisco Cervelli.
It's just a slider, a hard slider, well off the plate. Didn't look like David Freese was picking the ball up very well out of the hand of Joe Blanton. Just a crazy, crazy game. The Pirates, you know, 7 hits, 9 free passes if you count the hit by batter, but 9 punch outs.
Cervelli, a couple of hits, a broken bat single his last time. That pitch was called a strike. And you can tell he's still not happy.
That's a hanger. And then again, we talked about it earlier. Jordy Mercer hit a base hit last time up on a changeup that was up out over the plate. And that breaking ball, if it's on the corner and it's up that high, that's not a bad pitch to hit. Now, the one before that, the first pitch, it was called a strike. Now that's almost impossible to hit.
Two and two. Bucks have not scored since the Jung Ho Gong base hit in the second. They greeted Josh Fields.
We'll see what Joe Blanton wants to do here. Another full count. Mercer on deck. Doesn't really look like he wants to throw the fastball in the strike zone as he goes soft. Yes, he does.
Wow. Bases are loaded for Jordy Mercer. Blanton not happy about that call. Yellowwood bringing the lumber. We take you back to the Pirates and the Dodgers. June 25th at PNC Park. Jordy Mercer goes deep against Joe Blanton. Can history repeat itself here? Just a hit.
Yeah, anything.
Would be fine. Anything to kind of break through this frustrating day. Pirates getting all these base runners, all these walks, the free passes, as John mentioned. You had the McCarthy hit batter.
You know, they talk about whip. Walks and hits per inning. The Pirates have had 17 base runners who were in the 6th. Whip near 3.
And ball 1. They left the bases loaded in the 1st. They left the bases loaded in the 2nd. Now they did score a run in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd. 1 man on in the 3rd. They left 2 on in the 4th, 2 on in the 5th. They've got them loaded here in the 6th inning.
Some help there from Jordy Mercer. Another hard slider well out of the zone. Jordy able to pick up the spin.
And a liner to the shortstop, but drop. He'll recover and throw out Jordy Mercer. Seager dropped the ball initially. Now Nick Leyva is saying, wait a second, you might want to check that. Did Adrian Gonzalez come off the bag?
Now Adrian Gonzalez, his reaction is he's going to keep going towards the dugout. He's certain that he.
And the Pirates are convinced he did. So the Pirates will leave the bases loaded. And still trail 6-3.
Stadium. We want to tell you that we've already seen guys like Tyone Glasnow, Cool, and Brott make their debuts after dominating AAA, but there's another Pirate farmhand that's been throwing the ball pretty well, and we're talking about Trevor Williams. Look at what he's done since July. 8 starts and an ERA under 1.5. 50 innings pitched and a nice strikeout to walk ratio. Now, GM Neil Huntington said he's been really aggressive with his fastball, which opened up the other stuff to put guys away. His ability to command and locate has led to these kind of results as we've seen since the month of July with Indianapolis. Now, 8 of Williams' last 9 starts, Greg, have been quality starts, and in 4 of them, he didn't give up a run. And on Wednesday, he threw 7 innings of 1-run ball. And if you remember Trevor Williams, how he came to the Pirates, it was compensation when Special Assistant Jim Benedict left the Pirates to go work for the Miami Marlins. So another move by Neil Huntington. Didn't make a lot of waves when he made the transaction, but now, 3/4 of the way through the season, it's looking pretty good.
And just another option available as the inning begins with a Corey Seager single to center off of Jared Hughes. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Seager's second hit
number 23,
of this ball game.
Adrian Gonzalez.
And for the Dodgers, 13 hits. David Freese remains in the game at first. Trevor Williams, by the way, Robbie talking about Trevor Williams, was a 2nd-round pick of the Marlins 3 years ago out of Arizona State. Drew Hutchison, by the way, is making his 2nd start for the Pirates since he was acquired from the Blue Jays in the Francisco Liriano deal. That game is just underway. They're playing in Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania against the AAA affiliate of the Phillies. Adrian Gonzalez, a couple of hits, runs scored, a strikeout. Those Marlins will be taking on the Chicago White Sox. Hesitation there from Jim Joyce, but also strike 2.
Pretty close pitch, good sinker. Perfect location. Doesn't get any better than that. And Gonzalez going way out of the zone to protect there. You know, certain hitters, I mean, that's the one thing about, you know, the game today. Certain hitters know the strike zone so well, but they think a ball is a ball, and so they won't protect against that borderline pitch that's away. Others will expand to try not to get struck out or get caught on a borderline call.
Bad chase. You don't see that much from Gonzalez, but he went way up. The strikeout.
You don't see that pitch from Jared Hughes very often.
1 away. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Corey Seager, a couple of hits, the RBI single in the 4th. Seager was 1 for 5. Had a couple of hits rather last night, 2 for 5. Perhaps another rookie of the year for these Dodgers. Jock Peterson, 2 for 3.
Especially since Trevor Story's on the DL.
Yeah.
He's done for the year, right?
Yep. Aledmus Diaz on the DL.
Yeah, that's the other. That's the
Cardinal
other
shortstop.
offensive candidate. Yeah, that's. I mean, so as far as
His competition
position player, he's in good shape.
Jock Peterson last year, his first full season in the big leagues, at 210, 26 homers, drove in 54.
Seager's top competition might be his teammate.
Maeda.
It's a pretty good year. To Maeda, we will not see him. Deep to left and opposite field, home run for Jock Peterson. 8-3 LA. His 17th. Hits for the Dodgers, and they now lead 8-3.
He's just been tracking the ball. He has just only swinging at strikes. He's been more patient than we've seen him in the past, and that wasn't a bad pitch.
And this ball is going to bounce over the wall. And a double for Kendrick, his second straight double. And they're just whacking the ball all over the place. These Dodgers, since the All-Star break, have been on an offensive tear, leading the National League in hitting, slugging.
Third baseman number 25, Ross Seconded.
Another look at this home run.
That pitch was right where Cervelli wanted it, on the outside corner, just above the knee. Plenty of distance.
Another visit to the mound from Ray Searage. Jeff Locke up in the Pirates bullpen. Kendrick has doubled twice back-to-back at bats. Here's Rob Segedin. He has 2 hits and 3 at bats. Did he go? Good deal. Chad Fairchild said no. Segedin, 14 major league at bats. Made his debut against the Red Sox 6 days ago and drove in 4 runs. That was the most ever by a Dodger in his major league debut. Bases loaded 2-run double for his first big league hit, and then knocked in a 2-run bases loaded single in the 5th. A new franchise record. Previous mark for RBIs in a debut where a Dodger was 3. It was set by Packy Rogers in 1938. The Brooklyn Dodgers against the New York Giants. Packy Rogers played 1 year in the big leagues. It was 1938 from Swoyersville, Pennsylvania, near Scranton. He had the record for the Dodgers. Now it belongs to this man, Rob Segedin. And there goes the runner for third. Cervelli's throw, but late. Stolen base for Kendrick.
Kendrick not a speedster, although
8th steal in 10 tries this season.
Jared Hughes, fairly deliberate. Good walking lead. Kendrick takes off. Throw offline.
And the inning coming, the infield coming in, and the Dodgers have scored in every inning. Single runs in the first, second, third, fourth, a pair in the 5th, and 2 more here in the 6th.
Is it the Brewers that just did that?
Yeah,
scored in
the
every
other
inning.
day.
off the shin on that left leg. And good news is he's up and walking it off. The bad news, I'm guessing he's going to get another sinker ball. It's going to run in on him. So a good chance that it happens again.
Bullpen for the Dodgers, Pedro Baez. Just gets a piece. He's limping around. They're going to get a check on him. Well, this time we got the right foot. We got one off the left, one off the right. Painful at bat. New Jersey native Rob Segedin facing Jared Hughes here with a runner at third base and one away. A 5-run lead for Los Angeles. Segedin was traded from the Yankees in January.
Oh. Keeps coming in there, and he can't keep himself from swinging at it. They're balls. These are pitches that are off the plate inside. Look where they are. They're way off, and that just goes to show you the amount of movement.
Gets him finally.
Went to the slider. A pitch going in the other direction.
Number 17, AT LAN.
It's hard to swing at that many pitches in a row that are off the plate that far.
Ellis was hit by a pitch in the 5th from Garrett Cole. Cole lasting 4 1/3, gave up 6 runs, 4 earned. A dozen hits.
And now Jared Hughes is going to throw that 2-seam fastball in under Ellis's hands. Looked like Ellis got lucky on that one, maybe fouled that ball off in between his legs.
Ball and 2 strikes on Ellis. Big shout out to Courtney Gramlich at the Storm Harbor Equestrian Center in Slippery Rock. Doing some good work today for veterans. Baez will be coming on for the 7th inning. Chris Taylor, I believe, is on deck. Stays 2-2 on Ellis. Pirates have won 4 of the first 5 meetings of the season series. Took 3 of 4 from LA at the end of June at PNC Park. And with last night's win, had won 4 of the last 18 games played between the two clubs. As Hughes strikes out Ellis looking. move to the 7th, a 5-run Dodger lead. But 1 scoreless. Julio Urias, 2 2/3 scoreless. Now Joe Blanton got the last couple of outs in the 6th. He will face the pinch hitter Matt Joyce. Joyce, then Harrison. Joyce, pinch hitter on Wednesday against the Padres at PNC Park and struck out, homered on Sunday. And 1 away.
So much movement on that sinking fastball there from Blanton.
Blanton gets Joyce to roll one to the 3rd baseman, Seguin, who was out in shallow right. And now Harrison, who pinch hit and hit a ball to the warning track in the 5th inning. Stayed in the ball game to play second. He batted for Frazier against the lefty Urias. Two and one on Jay Hay. Jeff Locke will be coming on in the bottom of the 7th. And in the air, Reddick fighting that sky again, makes the catch.
A fielder number 6.
2 up and 2 down. And now Starling Marte on base twice against McCarthy and scored a pair of runs. He stole his 40th base of the year in the first. He's going to top his career high of 41 steals set in 2013, and who knows where he ends up. He'd love to win the stolen base crown, but Billy Hamilton has been on a stolen base tear. He has 51 steals, the Red center fielder. Wow. Jonathan Villar of the Brewers with 45, and then now Marte with 40. Line to left. Marte with a base hit, and he's on base for a third time.
Yeah, I don't think if Billy Hamilton can get on base, I don't, you know,
can't stop him.
Yeah, there's no stopping him. I think that's when he's on a tear, that means he's getting on base.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, Marte, you'd think would be able to get to at least 50. That's in this day and age, 50 stolen bases is a ton.
When you think about the fact that only 7 Pirates in the team's 130-year history have reached the 50 stolen base mark. And lined out to third, Andrew McCutchen is the final out. Second time he's lined out to second it.
Sports is brought to you by Kenny Ross, Total Confidence Pricing, and by Levin Furniture, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
Starling Marte had gone out to play center field with Matt Joy staying in the ball game. Andrew McCutchen having made the last out. He went out to the position, and now Todd Tomczyk goes out, and he is leaving, and Sean Rodriguez is going to come out to play center.
Oh boy, hopefully nothing serious with Marte. Rodriguez played just about everywhere, so I'm sure he can handle center. And let's see what, if anything, is going on with Marte, kind of reaching back. Is that a pose, or is there something with his lower back?
Leading off the bottom of the 7th inning for the Dodgers, pitcher number 14, PK.
Matt Joyce in left, and now Sean Rodriguez in center.
Jeff Locke, 110 and a third innings, just his third relief appearance.
What's that now?
I was just talking with the guys in the truck.
Oh.
Forgot to hit the button.
You care to share it with the rest of the class, John?
Well, I think I got caught pulling a brownie in terms of what the truck says. You know, how they get on you about having your head down. Well, they put up Jeff Locke's numbers, and I had my head down reading something, and they didn't say anything, but I was going to ask them if that was a brownie, because they like to get on you about that.
Whoa! Oh, diving stop, Harrison to first. Got him! What a play by Josh Harrison.
He doesn't stop. It doesn't matter. Josh Harrison doesn't stop. It doesn't matter the score. It doesn't matter what time of year. It doesn't matter if it's
number 26.
A postseason game, a spring training game, regular season game. He just comes out and plays, and that is one heck of an effort. Josh Harrison had to go a long way. He had a perfect angle. Just gets to it, onto his feet quickly. Nice little pick by David Freese.
Kike Hernandez, the pinch hitter, robbed of a hit by Jay Hay.
Yeah, Hernandez, the only one that didn't appreciate that.
Yeah. Chase Utley is 2 for 4. So you say the truck gets on me.
Well, they were getting on you earlier about it, or at least one guy was. Not the entire truck.
I think your quote was, you know how the truck gets on you like it's a regular occurrence. And now you're clarifying by saying earlier today you heard someone,
Yes.
one individual.
One individual.
Process of elimination.
Yes.
Was it Adam?
No.
Was it Tyler?
No.
Jason Steele.
Not on his birthday. Would never do anything like that.
Well, those are the regulars. Oh, there's a fourth.
Yeah, there's one other guy.
The director? Mr. Toma?
You know.
Oh.
I won't say his name.
He does have power that I don't know about. Oh, geez. You know, why? That is ridiculous. You know,
Cannonball coming.
That's so unfair. It's unbelievable. Would you please, let's get back to the game. That is awful. Okay, remember that. Just remember, yeah. All right. I guess we've drawn the line in the sand. And a strike 3 is called. Who do you think will come? Do you think I'll come back a little bit now? Not today, but as the days go on. Do you think I might be able to fire back at that truck?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just said be ready.
No question.
Be ready. Mark it, as our buddy Bobby would say.
Well, he's passionate.
Oh, he sure is. He doesn't give up.
Well, he's not watching the action either. You know, the thing about that particular video, Greg, is it's only Saturday. Today is Saturday. There's like 6 more games, 5 more games. Man, I thought we were going to have our first 3 up, 3 down inning. And
Josh Reddick
for either side.
Shortstop, number 5, Corey Seager.
How about the Pirates retired the side in order once last night. 8th inning, Neftali Feliz in their 5-1 victory. They only gave up 1 run, but a dozen hits. Didn't walk a batter. That was critical. They haven't walked anybody today. But Jeff Locke was 1 batter away from First 1-2-3 inning, and another ground ball, and this time off of Harrison. It's first and third as Corey Seager has his third straight hit.
And J-Hay almost did it again. Unfortunately, a tricky little hop. I don't know if it hit the lip right there where the dirt meets the grass, but the ball came up and over his glove. Looked like he was going to be able to get it. Got over there in time.
First and third. And the Dodgers have now collected 17 hits. Adrian Gonzalez has 2 of them. Jeff Locke appearing in a game for the first time since his start 10 days ago against Atlanta. It did not go well. Pretty much convinced the Pirates that he would have to come out of the rotation. He gave up 5 runs and 4 1/3 on 9 hits. The Pirates had led 4-0 in the first in that game. And ended up suffering an 8-4 loss. Dave Joust talking with Clint Hurdle there, Pirates bench coach Dave Joust. Joust has a connection to Dodgers skipper Dave Roberts. Robbie and Smikowski might get into that maybe next half inning, tell you about that connection. Back to their days with the Red Sox. Three and two.
You can think of, obviously all the things that Ricky Henderson did with his legs in the stolen base. I don't know, is there a bigger stolen base?
It's like called the steal, Dave Roberts stolen base in that 2004 ALCS against the Yankees. Runner going and it's fouled off. Red Sox had fallen behind 3-0 to the Yankees in the ALCS that year. And they had traded for Dave Roberts the deadline. In fact, the same day they traded for Roberts, they dealt Nomar Garciaparra in a 3-team deal. Garciaparra went to the Cubs. But Mariano Rivera was out there to save Game 4, had a 1-run lead. Kevin Millar led off the bottom of the 9th inning with a walk. And this ball hit well toward left center, and the left fielder Joyce will be there to make the catch by the track. Talk more about that Dave Roberts steal. 8-3 Dodgers.
Dodger Stadium. Well, as Greg Brown mentioned a couple moments ago about the famous steal, Dave Roberts and Dave Joust and their connection. And Dave Joust actually told me this morning that the planning for that steal went back to the day before the first game of that series. Now, Roberts has a reputation as being a selfless guy and a fantastic teammate. And he was basically told that the only way he plays in that series is one of two ways. He's either a defensive replacement or he's a pinch runner. We get a look at this steal right now. So Roberts, being the teammate that he is, he said at the advance meeting that he's going to do all the work he can to steal off Rivera. And he says to Joust, can we do it? All right, so he goes and watches 30 minutes of video. Now get this, Greg and John, he watches every Rivera pickoff move and every delivery to home that they had on tape at that time in 2004, which is not as much as it is right now. So Joust says, look, we're not getting 3 hits off Mariano Rivera, so we better steal base when we get the chance. Some people don't get 3 hits off Mariano Rivera in a month, let alone 3 times in 1 inning. So Joust was very complimentary, more complimentary of the preparation and the teammate that Roberts was, as much as he was the actual execution of getting the base stolen, and obviously the implications in the history of the Boston Red Sox. We know how that all went down, but really fantastic stuff with Roberts, and kind of those qualities you would think, Rock, you're a former ball player, you might be able to relate to this, is what led to him being a big league manager so quickly, and a pretty good one.
And again, going down in history as that one play known as the steal that changed the fortunes of the Red Sox forever. They would end up breaking the curse of the Bambino, their first World Series in 86 years. Roberts would harken back to his days as a Dodger. The backfields of Vero Beach during spring training when the great Maury Wills, as his balls popped up, and a play made by Utley. Polanco was retired. Maury Wills told Dave Roberts one day, DR, one of these days you're going to have to steal an important base when everyone in the ballpark knows you're going to steal, but you've got to steal that base and you can't be afraid to steal that base. And of course he was one of the great base stealers of all time. The great Maury Wills, one-time Pirate, a long-time Dodger. It's a big part of Dodgers history. Jung Ho Gung drives one deep to left and clear the deck. That's a cannonball coming for Jung Ho Gung, and it's been a long time coming for Gung. Aside from his misplay at third base today, you have to like the fact that he is on base for a 5th straight time. Jung Ho Gung's 12th home run of the year.
We're seeing signs that Andrew McCutchen is back into the swing of things and doing things that we're used to seeing him doing. Boy, would that be a boost if Jung Ho Gung joins Andrew in getting back to being comfortable. 97, middle of the plate. Always talk about it. Jung Ho Gung, a great fastball hitter, can turn anybody around, and that's a welcome sight.
It's his first homer since June 24th at PNC Park against these Dodgers.
He got way out in front there, and that was a bomb. It was just a matter of fair or foul, and as you can see there, it was fair by a bit. Yeah, but go back to the base running you're talking about with Dave Roberts and the great base stealers. And the one thing they all have in common, obviously, they're very fast, you know. But when you have that much attention on you, when you're out there trying to steal a base, especially nowadays where pitchers pay more attention, they're quicker to the plate, and that's why you won't see probably another 100 stolen base guy ever again, in my opinion. There is an intangible. There is something that they can find and see from a pitcher, and things that they'll look for to get that edge, to get that better jump.
I still think too, John, there is a fearlessness to a degree that they are unafraid of being out.
Oh yeah, there is they definitely have that.
David Freese drives one the other way deep, but caught. A nice play by Reddick. Two down.
Yeah, that's a heck of a play there. Boy, thought that had a chance of leaving the ballpark, and
Catcher number 29,
Reddick,
Francisco Cervelli.
knowing where the fence is. Able to reel it in.
Well done by Josh Reddick. You have to be unafraid to a degree there when you start to take a couple steps on that warning track, when that wall's going to come up. Francisco Cervelli is 2 for 3 with a walk. We're talking about, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, talking about the fact that Marte is going to very likely reach the 50 stolen base mark and then some, and that there have been only 7 Pirate players in the team's 130-year history to reach 50 or more steals, and Maury Wills one of them. Maury Wills stole 52 in 1968. The others are Barry Bonds, Tony Womack, Hannes Wagner, Max Carey, Frank Tavares, and Omar Moreno did it 5 times, as did Hannes Wagner. Moreno, the all-time Pirate single-season record, stealing 96 bases in 1980.
But the good ones, not only do they find a way to get good jumps and know when to go and know when the team needs a stolen base, they can get it. They also know when not to go if they don't get the jump, if there was something a little bit off.
Well, Francisco Cervelli is having himself quite a game. 3 hits and on base 4 times. Unfortunately, the Pirates are trailing by 4, but there have been some good signs. A lot of base runners.
Jordy Mercer.
Jordy Mercer comes to the plate.
I mean, we're going through the lineup 5 times. And so that first spot certainly will, the first and second spot will come to the plate for a 6th time. Remarkable that they only have 4 runs. Just goes to show you how many runners have been left on base.
Nine walks allowed by Dodger pitchers. Also hit by pitch. 10 hits for the Pirates. Three times in this game they have left the bases loaded, including in the 6th inning when Jordy Mercer lined to the shortstop Corey Seager. Joyce pinch hit in the 7th, stayed in to play left. Chung Ho Gung, his 12th home run of the year, and some Point Park University tweets. A home run by Gung, his 12th, and his first since June against these Dodgers. And a pop-up. Jock Peterson makes the catch. Young has reached base 5 times. The Pirates trail by 4. Time brought to you by Miller Lite. Jock Peterson, one of the Dodger hitters that has been absolutely on fire. And 3 more hits in this ball game, including the double in the 5th, an opposite field single in the 1st, and the home run off Jared Hughes in the 6th, his 17th of the year. Jock Peterson, the last 18 games, is hitting at a .372 clip with 7 doubles, 4 homers. Since July 23rd, he's driven in now 13 runs. And we'll see if Jeff Locke can figure out Jock Peterson, who had 2 hits last night. Popped up. 1 out. Peterson is retired.
Left fielder number 47.
Fastball, Locke got it in there, tied him up.
Howie Kendrick, a couple of hits. RBI double in the 5th.
Can hear in the background the kid yelling, "Over here."
Yeah.
How many times these guys hear that in a day? Wanting a ball. Figure through batting practice, through the pregame.
And the new pitcher looks like it's going to be Josh Raven in the 9th, at least to start. Their closer is Kenley Jansen. Kendrick had 3 hits in last night's game and 2 for 4 in this one. Lines it toward Polanco, and the catch made. With 2 outs, we can check out the pitching matchup for tomorrow. Chad Kuhl will be on the hill. The rookie will oppose lefty Brett Anderson. He will make his first start this season. Had arthroscopic back surgery in March. So the rookie Kuhl against the lefty Anderson tomorrow. .410 first pitch. Again, Locke gets the first 2 outs, as he did in the 7th, before giving up back-to-back hits and trying to retire the Dodgers in order for the first time in this ball game. Mercer did it. 1, 2, 3 for the first time. And now go to the 9th, down by 4. The series against the Dodgers tomorrow afternoon. Our coverage starts at 3:30 with Pirates pregame. It's presented by WB Mason here on Root Sports. Here in LA, the Pirates are trailing the Dodgers. Dodger Stadium 8-4. Needing to rally here in the ninth, and a great tradition of some outstanding pitching here in this stadium. Josh Raven making his third appearance. Raven was signed as a free agent 3 years ago. Former fifth-round pick of the Reds.
Another hard thrower, high 90s fastball. First one, 98.
Raven recalled from AAA Oklahoma City on Monday. Opened the year on the 60-day disabled list. Two and one. Raven suspended for PED use 80 games. And in February broke his left forearm in a car accident. All year since Monday.
For whatever reason, I don't know if it's his size or the velocity or what. It reminds me of Kyle Farnsworth. Big, strapping guy.
Yeah. Grounded to the right side. Joyce is the first out of the ninth. Again, a 5-3 put out with a third baseman swung over there in shallow right. One down. Brings up Josh Harrison. Ravens quote after learning of the suspension said, during 2016 spring training, I came down with a severe case of intestinal flu and strep throat. I was put on antibiotics and lost a total of 20 pounds in less than 7 days. In order to try and speed up the recovery process, took a supplement that he was careless about, and basically just wasn't smart and admitted it. You have to be so careful.
Well, with the penalties out there nowadays, I mean, you have to know everything you're putting in your body.
Seven there. His pitching coach Rick Honeycutt said Raven said he lost a total of 20 pounds in less than 7 days after being put on these antibiotics, and to try and speed up the recovery, he took some supplements that he thought would help. So I should have been, and one of the supplements contained a banned substance. I should have been more careful. I later learned that the substance showed up in a regular drug test done of me during spring training. Popped up, and it's going to be out of play. Josh Raven appeared in just 9 games last year with the Dodgers. His first big league action. Listed at 6'4", 213 pounds. Tomorrow, Brett Anderson will come off the disabled list to make his first start of the season. And Chad Kuhl, rookie right-hander who's been excellent, be on the mound for the Pirates. Kuhl making his 6th major league start. If we look at what the games that have been started now by Chad Kuhl and Jameson Taillon, since they have been in the big leagues, the games that they start, the Pirates are combined 12-3. And there they are. If the Pirates reach the postseason again for 4 straight years, you look at those two guys as maybe the most important reasons they get there.
No question.
Those two guys, Kuhl and Taillon, essentially leading the staff now. And now back to the backstop. Allows Harrison to go into second base. Sean Rodriguez batting for the first time.
Yeah, Sean, I think certain he was going to get a fastball, got the slider. And that's what happens when you start things early, you know.
Yeah,
it's predetermined.
Yep.
Oh, I'm getting a fastball and I'm not going to be late on it. That's what hitters do from time to time without really recognizing the pitch out of the pitcher's hand.
Rodriguez came on to play center field when Starling Marte was pulled and left the game with Todd Tomczyk, the head trainer. If Rodriguez reaches, it becomes a save situation, and you know what that means. Kenley Jansen, the closer. So interesting how baseball has evolved over the years to the point now where it's just automatic. Dave Roberts joins the rest of baseball managerial fraternity. Bring in your closer.
And you know the closer loves it.
Yeah.
You know, they just, because the more saves, obviously, the more it plays into future contracts.
No question about that. And Rodriguez, not a great looking at bat there. Pirates down to their final out.
Another slider, and again, guys throwing that hard. Hard not to gear up for it.
Eric Fryer will pinch hit. This was Andrew McCutcheon's spot, but after he lined out in the 7th, he was taken out of a double switch, and the idea was to have Marte then go from left to center. Matt Joyce, who had pinch hit, stayed in the ball game. Check swing. Pirates leaving a ton of men on base here today. $16, not including this inning. The club record for a 9-inning game is 18, set in 1951. Wow. And this would be 17 if Fryer strands Harrison. But if Fryer reaches, and Polanco can't deliver. Talk about a record that again was set back in was matched in 1951, set in 1905. And he's on.
And that's a 9-inning game?
In a 9-inning game. And here comes Kenley Jansen, the Dodgers closer.
Is it the 11th walk?
Yeah. Pirates also, they walked 10 times in a game last year, September 28th. Two on, Kenley Jansen coming on with 2 outs. Some life. 2 on, 2 outs, down 4. But they will face the closer of the Dodgers now, Kenley Jansen, who's 34 saves, are second in the league behind the Mets' Jeurys Familia, who has 39 saves.
And look at that strikeout to walk ratio. 69 punch outs, just 9 walks. Opponents hit just 153. One of those guys that's pretty much dominant and has the good cut fastball.
Polanco comes to the plate for the 6th time today. The Pirates have 2 men on again. And we repeat that if Polanco is not able to deliver here, and it's a tough task against Jansen, the Pirates will match the team record of men left on base. 18, set in 1905 and matched in 1951. Dodgers have left 11. Jansen selected his first All-Star game this year. just does hang in there. Pirates match a team record. They fall 8-4 to the Dodgers and leave an astounding 18 men on base.
I can't say they didn't have chances, and you even look at it. I mean, the ballpark's kind of emptied out. The Pirates lose this one 8-4, but with all the opportunities, I mean, it did have a feel that the Dodgers had a commanding lead, but you know, Pirates, just a couple of hits here and there. It's a much tighter ball game, but just really just not a pretty game on either side. Really, kind of an ugly game from the start. Dodgers hit some big hits. Obviously, the Pirates couldn't come up with them.
So the Pirates will look for a series victory tomorrow. Right now, split at a game apiece. Back to Pittsburgh, Paul and Teague.